изключително ниво и един различен мобилен портфейл. 30 години всяка постигната цел ни кара отново да надскачаме себе си, за да създаваме вселена от нови възможности за вас. 30 години Пощенска банка.
В живота не винаги е лесно да казваш истината, но ние от лаборатории Синево го правим. Казваме ви, че всеки пациент сам избира къде да се изследва, независимо какво пише на направлението или кой ви изпраща. Може да изберете Синево. Казваме ви, че можете да изберете международния опит, точните резултати, високия стандарт и правилното отношение, защото е важно за вас и семейството ви. Не оставяйте друг да избира вместо вас. Ние сме Синево България и държим да правим нещата по правилния начин. И то е да ви кажем, че вие избирате.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
30 години гледаме напред, заредени с амбиция. С модерни продукти, иновативни зони за експресно банкиране, премиум центрове с обслужване на изключително ниво и един различен мобилен портфейл. 30 години всяка постигната цел ни кара отново да надскачаме себе си, за да създаваме вселена от нови възможности за вас. 30 години Пощенска банка.
В живота не винаги е лесно да казваш истината, но ние от лаборатории Синево го правим. Казваме ви, че всеки пациент сам избира къде да се изследва, независимо какво пише на направлението или кой ви изпраща. Може да изберете Синево. Казваме ви, че можете да изберете международния опит, точните резултати, високия стандарт и правилното отношение. Защото е важно за вас и семейството ви. Не оставяйте друг да избира вместо вас. Ние сме Синево България и държим да правим нещата по правилния начин. И то е да ви кажем, че вие избирате.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
30 години гледаме напред, заредени с амбиция. С модерни продукти, иновативни зони за експресно банкиране, премиум центрове с обслужване на изключително ниво и един различен мобилен портфейл. 30 години всяка постигната цел ни кара отново да надскачаме себе си, за да създаваме вселена от нови възможности за вас. 30 години Пощенска банка.
В живота не винаги е лесно да казваш истината, но ние от лаборатории Синево го правим. Казваме ви, че всеки пациент сам избира къде да се изследва, независимо какво пише на направлението или кой ви изпраща. Може да изберете Синево. Казваме ви, че можете да изберете международния опит, точните резултати, високия стандарт и правилното отношение. Защото е важно за вас и семейството ви. Не оставяйте друг да избира вместо вас. Ние сме Синево България и държим да правим нещата по правилния начин. И то е да ви кажем, че вие избирате.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
30 години гледаме напред, заредени с амбиция. С модерни продукти, иновативни зони за експресно банкиране, премиум центрове с обслужване на изключително ниво и един различен мобилен портфейл. 30 години всяка постигната цел ни кара отново да надскачаме себе си, за да създаваме вселена от нови възможности за вас. 30 години Пощенска банка.
В живота не винаги е лесно да казваш истината, но ние от лаборатории Синево го правим. Казваме ви, че всеки пациент сам избира къде да се изследва, независимо какво пише на направлението или кой ви изпраща. Може да изберете Синево. Казваме ви, че можете да изберете международния опит, точните резултати, високия стандарт и правилното отношение. Защото е важно за вас и семейството ви. Не оставяйте друг да избира вместо вас. Ние сме Синево България и държим да правим нещата по правилния начин. И то е да ви кажем, че вие избирате.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
30 години гледаме напред, заредени с амбиция. С модерни продукти, иновативни зони за експресно банкиране, премиум центрове с обслужване на изключително ниво и един различен мобилен портфейл. 30 години всяка постигната цел ни кара отново да надскачаме себе си, за да създаваме вселена от нови възможности за вас. 30 години Пощенска банка.
That you've joined us tonight for a feast of fun, forecasts, and food, all focused on the theme of the world ahead in 2022. So welcome also to all our virtual participants. We're very glad to have you joining us for the evening as well. Now, forecasting can be fun, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later because you're going to do some of that yourself in a little while. But first up, I want to look at some forecasts and big themes for the coming year, all of which you will find in this year's edition of The World Ahead 2022, and you will find copies in English and in Bulgarian, the Bulgarian local edition as well, on your tables. So let's jump right in. I'm going to go with 7 themes or predictions because that's a lucky number, so my chances of getting some forecasts right will be improved. So, first of all, democracy versus autocracy. A big theme of 2022 will be the rivalry between America and China in particular, and democracy and autocracy more generally. Both countries want to demonstrate the political superiority of their systems of governance, and its ability to provide stability and growth and innovation. Joe Biden, last year when he was inaugurated at his first press conference, said, "We've got to prove that democracy works." Unfortunately, dysfunctional politics make America a poor advert for the merits of democracy right now. Democracy's been in recession for at least 10 years, and that goes for the whole world over, the most developed democracies in North America and in Europe as well, so it's not just the authoritarians over there, somewhere else. And this year, there's a number of elections, notably in France and Brazil and Hungary, which will be seen as tests of the health of democracy. Now, the contrast between the American and Chinese political systems will be brought into very sharp relief later this year, when we'll have the midterm elections in America and the heavily stage-managed events in the Communist Party Congress in China. I'm just going to interrupt my remarks to welcome to the event the President of Bulgaria. Very pleased to have you and honoured to have you with us this evening. So I was just talking about one of the big themes for this year, democracy versus autocracy, and about how that contest is going to be seen towards the end of the year when America has its midterm elections and China is holding its Communist Party Congress. So a little forecast here is that the Democrats will lose control of the House and probably the Senate too, which will mean that President Biden has even less scope to get stuff done than he does now. And by contrast, Xi Jinping will be confirmed in power for at least another 5 years because he's torn up term limits, much like his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin. Now, the chaos and polarization of American politics and, dare I say it, the prospect of a second Trump presidency plays into the Chinese government's view that democracy is messy and inefficient and unstable, and that can make it harder for supporters of democracy to make their case. But if you read the forthcoming EIU Democracy Index report, which I edit and which is out next week, entitled The China Challenge, you will find it easier to argue the merits of democracy and to make the case for democracy against autocracy. Next up, a second theme and some predictions. Pandemic to endemic, ? So the second theme is a shift from COVID-19 being a pandemic to becoming an endemic disease. Now, as you can see from this chart, which shows the impact of vaccination in Britain and Israel, vaccination's done a pretty good job in breaking the link between cases and deaths in highly vaccinated countries. And since we made this chart, the Omicron variant has emerged, and that's led to record numbers of cases, but so far, only a small number of deaths. And if that pattern persists, then Omicron could mark a step on the road towards COVID-19 becoming an endemic disease that is still dangerous to some people, but no longer requires dramatic lockdowns or other disruptive measures. Now, one big exception to that in 2022 is going to be China, because China this year will still be pursuing a zero COVID strategy. Now, this worked in the early days of the pandemic, but it looks increasingly unsustainable in 2022, given the much higher transmissibility of Delta and Omicron variants, and the fact that the Chinese vaccines are not so effective. So China faces a year of much larger outbreaks and more severe lockdowns as it races to develop new vaccines based on the mRNA technology. Now, in the developed world, where vaccine coverage is good, the virus no longer poses a deadly risk to most people. And in addition to the vaccines, there are other tools now available to fight infections, in particular new antiviral pills. But in much of the rest of the world, vaccination coverage is still poor, and Omicron is a reminder of the importance of ensuring global vaccine coverage, because new variants can emerge at any time and quickly spread around the world. One thing to watch out for, though, this year is new forms of the vaccine that can be delivered via skin patches or inhalation, which are new developments, which could make the expansion of vaccine coverage much easier. So the end game is a situation in which the virus is everywhere, but can be managed and poses little danger. I would say we're closer to that world, much closer to that world now than we were a year ago, but we're still not there yet. A third theme is the economy. Supply chain crunches and a spike in energy prices that we're seeing at the moment They are a consequence of a very rapid bounce back from the pandemic. Essentially, in 2020 and to some degree in 2021, people were unable to spend as much money on services such as holidays, going out to restaurants and so on because of lockdowns, and they spent money instead on goods, and that overloaded supply chains and pushed up prices. Now, this chart shows the shift from services to goods in the US, but the same thing essentially happened in every single major developed economy. In fact, the shift in the UK was the biggest of all, and the US shift was second to that, but every OECD economy basically followed the same pattern. Now, the result is that inflation is the highest that it's been for decades. And until recently, most economists and central bankers argued that this was temporary, that it would quickly pass with the help of some small interest rate increases. Now, there's more concern that we may see inflation higher for longer, because the virus is continuing to disrupt supply chains, not so much through lockdowns, but through labour shortages caused by the spread of Omicron, so workers are forced to isolate. And that means shortages and delivery problems will persist, and price rises are unlikely to slow down. So the virus has made inflation harder to fight, and central banks are going to face some difficult choices, as we're already seeing, in 2022. A forecast here, our forecast is that globally inflation is going to remain elevated throughout 2022, surpassing 5%. But in Europe, we expect a slowdown in inflation in the coming months, and we're below consensus in Europe on our inflation forecast. So we think towards the end of the year, it's going to come down towards the ECB target of around 2%. So inflation is going to be a big risk for the economy, global economy in this year, and that is being exacerbated by the rise in global energy prices, which is also, we expect those to remain high, at least through the Northern Hemisphere winter, before starting to fall later in the year. Central banks are going to start a tightening policy in 2022 to curb inflation, but they will aim to do so fairly slowly for fear of derailing the economy. Now, Omicron has intensified risk about another big threat to the world economy in 2022, which is a slowdown in China, which of course China's been the main driver of global growth in recent years. China's zero COVID policy, which I already mentioned, requires big disruptive lockdowns whenever a few cases are found in a particular city. And Omicron may make this much worse, affecting economic activity in China and beyond, and further straining supply chains. And of course, the Chinese economy is very dependent on the real estate sector, which is also in trouble, as we've seen with Evergrande. So GDP growth in China could fall to 5%. In 2022. Next up, I want to talk about a big theme for this evening, which is the environment and climate crunch. What we saw at the end of 2021 was some long-term plans being unveiled to decarbonize the world, colliding with an energy crunch. So in Britain was hosting the COP26 climate conference in Glasgow. At the same time as it was doing that, the government was turning back on old coal-fired power stations to address this energy crunch. So energy prices have been rebounding along with the economy, boosting demands for fossil fuels. Now, it's not clear how long that will last, but even if it's short-lived, more crunches could happen because investment in cleaner energy infrastructure is about half the $5 trillion required to reach net zero by 2050. And maybe this current energy crunch seems at odds with this goal of tackling climate change. But the solution to both problems is to boost investment in cleaner energy infrastructure. Now, controversially, that might mean spending more money on natural gas as a bridge fuel for countries that rely heavily on coal. And it should mean more spending on nuclear power too, though that's become quite controversial in Europe. Many more countries have pledged to get to net zero by the middle of the century. Such pledges now cover 90% of the global economy, up from 30% in 2020, but the details are still vague. And obviously it's easy for politicians to promise that something will happen in 30 years' time when they're not around anymore. Now the hope is that governments will provide more detail at COP27, which will be held in Egypt in November. And one thing that we can be sure of in 2022 is that we will have more extreme weather, as we did in 2021, so perhaps that will focus minds. Wanted to spend a minute to talk about travel, because Omicron actually disrupted a return to a reopening of the global travel and tourism industry. Places that previously had been pursuing a zero COVID strategy, such as Australia and New Zealand and Taiwan, they'd started to unwind that strategy. China, as I mentioned, is the notable exception, and is expected, we certainly expect China to keep its borders closed, tightly sealed in 2022 to keep out COVID and maintain stability during the Winter Olympics and also during the Communist Party Congress later this year. The Financial Times recently referred to China as the new hermit kingdom. Xi Jinping hasn't left the country for 2 years. China aside, we'll see how reopening goes elsewhere in 2022 as the Omicron wave recedes. And two things are worth watching. One is this strategy, the sandbox strategy pioneered by Thailand, which will probably be adopted elsewhere. And that's where tourists are allowed to go to certain places, certain parts of the country, such as the resort island of Phuket, where locals have been vaccinated, and then tourists are only allowed to go somewhere else after 2 weeks and a negative test, or they can just go home. So it's a clever model, and other countries are adopting it. And more generally, it shows that there is scope for innovation in travel rules that can support tourism and minimize the risk of infection. The second thing to watch is business travel. And what happens to that? Some people think that half of that has gone forever. Now, that's maybe good news for the planet, but it's bad news for tourists because tickets and hotels for tourists are subsidized by high-spending business travelers. A quick mention of some big events that are happening ahead of us in 2022, and that's in the area of sports. So we've got the Winter Olympics in Beijing, the World Cup in Qatar, and they will be reminders of how sports can unite the world, but also how it can become a political football. And we've already had a taste of that at the Australian Open with the controversy over Novak Djokovic and his vaccination status and deportation and so on. Now, we can expect protests and boycotts directed at these host countries. In China, the authorities are trying to preempt this by using the pandemic as a pretext for banning foreign spectators. Now, it's hard to boycott something if you're not invited to it, though world leaders who are invited are protesting by not going, and Joe Biden is expected to boycott. But there isn't going to be some kind of 1980s-style boycott by actual teams, despite calls for such a move. So what we're probably going to see is some protests maybe by medal winners from the podium and campaigns outside China against major sponsors, some of which we're starting to see already. Now that puts sponsors in a tricky spot. They don't want to offend China, but they also don't want to offend their customers outside China. As for football, some teams, Netherlands, Germany, Norway, protested against the choice of Qatar as a host country because of its repressive laws, poor treatment of migrant workers who built the stadiums. But again, we're not going to see teams pulling out of the World Cup. Instead, we'll see campaigns targeting sponsors. Finally, I just want to talk about a different sort of travel, space travel. 2022 is going to be the first year when more people will go to space as private citizens than as government employees. I mean, just think about that. That's kind of crazy to think about it. We'll also see a lot of rivalry between private space firms, and we're already seeing that, and competition, and also, as is traditional, between global powers. China is finishing a space station, which will be permanently manned. India is having another go at a lunar probe and is gearing up for its first manned flight. Russia has recently done a provocative anti-satellite test. The other thing that's happening is that filmmakers are getting in on the act and vying to make films in zero gravity. So 2 Russians, an actress and a cameraman, went to space last October and are making a film. Tom Cruise was supposed to be doing something similar, but it's not clear what's happening about that. But combining the two in a real mission that sounds like a Hollywood movie, NASA is going to smack a space probe into an asteroid to see how its orbit changes. But all of that could easily be upstaged by SpaceX's new rocket Starship, which is so powerful that it could launch all 3 pieces of the Chinese space station in one go, and it will probably make its first orbital flight in the spring. So prepare for liftoff. These are some of the themes and predictions for 2022. I hope you found it interesting, and thank you for listening. Now, before we hear more about one of those themes, the green agenda, I want to introduce all of you, because you're all going to participate, introduce you to our table quiz. So on the screen in a moment, you're going to see 10 questions. Now, on your tables, all of you will find paper versions, so there'll be 2 or 3 at least on every table. And you've got all evening to complete the quiz, and no cheating with Google, please. So there's 10 questions there. If you've read The World Ahead already, you'll be able to answer all of them. So that's a bit of a tip, since you've got copies on your table. You've got till much later in the evening to complete that. They will be collected by the team after the main course. You're also asked to make your prediction, your best prediction for 2022, and we'll be judging your predictions too and choosing either the most interesting or the funniest, the best prediction from all of you. And the winning table will win a premium gift kindly offered by Codif. So that's something to look forward to. Now, let us turn to the first subject of our discussions this evening, the green agenda. We're going to hear a specially prepared video recorded by Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission.
President Harris, dear hosts at The Economist, and distinguished guests. It was a hot summer's day, sweltering in fact. It was June the 20th last year, and the temperature was 38 degrees Celsius. A day when families in Warnau, Burgas might put on their swimsuits and head to the beach for some fun. But the location for the scene I am describing was not the Black Sea coast. It was eastern Siberia. When I contemplate the year ahead, I see 2 distinct futures. In one future, surreal scenes like this become more and more prevalent. We see wildfires like the ones that ravaged Greece and Italy. We see floods like those that devastated Germany and Belgium. We see a continued loss of wildlife habitat, which may lead to more zoonotic diseases like COVID-19. In the other future, things look different. Europe embraces the clean energy transition envisaged in the European Green Deal. And by doing so, we continue to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Meanwhile, the European Green Deal unlocks new opportunities for economic growth. Young people obtain critical skills in engineering, science, and technology, ensuring their success in the changing global economy. The European Union and its member states continue to advance on our collective commitment to become the world's first climate-neutral continent by 2050. And as first mover, Europe begins to export technological and financial innovations around the globe. Together, we pave the way for fair and just economies, fully reconciled with our planet's health. Dear guests, I know which future I want for 2022. And today Europe has the vision, the plan, and the investment to lead the way to a greener, more equitable world. Let me focus on investments today. And I'll talk about Bulgaria, knowing that the situation is fairly similar in other countries in Southeast Europe. I would like to begin with public investment and then move on to private investment too. Because I know our investment needs are huge, especially in a country like Bulgaria that has to take a bigger leap to achieve climate neutrality. But the public resources we are mobilizing are also unprecedented. Roughly 1/3 of our recovery plan, the big Next Generation EU, will help achieve our green goals. That means over 240 billion euros. Next Generation EU has, for example, 6.6 billion euros in investment ready for Bulgaria. This equals to more than 10% of the country's gross domestic product. And with these resources, Bulgaria can substantially speed up the decarbonization of its economy while also accelerating its recovery. And these two goals go hand in hand. The economic case for decarbonization is getting stronger by the day. According to the International Energy Agency, solar power is now the cheapest electricity in history. It is cheaper than oil and gas in most major countries. And Bulgarian companies know this very well. In a decade, over 2,000 enterprises, many of them small and medium, have decided to install solar panels on their roofs. Bulgaria's business sector wants clean, cheap, and reliable energy. But it's not only about energy and energy prices. The green economy is creating good and sustainable jobs all across our union. Poland, for example, has become the European Union's largest exporter of electric buses. So now new factories producing electric cars are opening all across Central and Eastern Europe, including in Bulgaria. These are the jobs of the future. And to ensure that these jobs will be in Europe, we must invest in them right now. All across our union, Next Generation EU is financing ambitious projects to speed up the green transition. For example, from clean urban mobility in Croatia to offshore wind turbines in the Baltic Sea. Or in Greece, Next Generation EU will accompany the phase out of lignite with investment ranging from land restoration just to the creation of new solar power plants. And for Bulgaria too, this is the opportunity to reshape its economy for the next generation. We all understand that the transition won't happen overnight, but delaying it would only make things worse. Right now, European countries from Spain to Romania are retraining their miners, for instance, as wind farm technicians, because today's training will bring tomorrow's salary. Next Generation EU, together with our Just Transition Fund, can invest exactly in these workers and in their future. Today, Bulgaria has everything it needs to succeed in the transition, and I hope the new government will take a bold step forward and shape Bulgaria's future. Of course, I know that public investments alone won't work miracles unless they are matched by strong private investments. Almost every week, The Economist is raising questions about the return of big government in Europe and elsewhere. So let me be very clear on this. To achieve our climate goals, 2022 must be the year when the private sector comes to the front again. What governments can and must do is to create the conditions for this to happen. And this has been at the core of our work with the European Green Deal. For instance, we have expanded our system to put a price on carbon, a market-based system that naturally encourages to shift capital towards climate-friendly, clean technologies. Or another example, we have built new partnerships with private investors and foundations. Take our Catalyst program with the European Investment Bank and the Gates Foundation. That's a good example. It will attract new capital towards the critical green technologies our planet needs. For example, from sustainable aviation fuels to the long-duration energy storage. As a third example, we have put forward the new taxonomy for sustainable investments. Countries all around the world are working on similar systems. But Europe is now presenting the first green list classification system in the whole world. And we're proud that Europe is leading the way. Because our taxonomy gives investors what they need in the times of uncertainty. Clarity, transparency, predictability, to plan their investments in our economy and for our planet. So the energy we need for the clean transition won't come from big government. It will come from big innovations, big ideas, big investments in our future. It will come from businesses and families all across our union. Dear guests, the battle against climate change is a race. And every race needs a leader, the person or team that sets the pace and gets the field moving. Today, Europe can be that leader. With the European Green Deal, we have set a clear vision for our future. With Next Generation EU, we have mobilized unprecedented resources towards that vision. But our collective success will require everyone to engage, every member state, every business, and ultimately every one of us. The World Ahead Gala is about the future, is about predictions for the coming year. This time, I suggest we do not engage into predictions. Let's not leave the future up to fate. Let's make 2022 the year we want it to be. The year Europe led the world towards a greener, more sustainable economy. Thank you very much for having me.
Well, lots of food for thought for our speakers, I think. Big challenge that the Commission President has laid down the gauntlet for Europe and indeed for Bulgaria. I'm looking forward to hearing from political leaders, from the President and the government too. But first of all, we're going to hear from business and the private sector. So I'd like to introduce now and invite you to join me on the stage, our panelists, Petya Dimitrova, CEO and Chairperson of the Management Board of Postbank Bulgaria. Please join me on the stage and welcome.
Hello.
Hi, welcome. Thank you so
Nice
much
to
for
meet
joining
you.
us. Please
Thank you.
take a seat. Next, I would like to invite Radoslav Koshkov, General Manager, Country General Manager, Bulgaria, Albania, North Macedonia, and Kosovo, Schneider Electric. Welcome. Please join us. Delighted to have you.
Thank you.
Please. Maybe here in the, could you sit this?
Sure.
Thanks. And last but not least, I'd like to invite Jörg Burkhalter, General Manager, Coca-Cola HBC Bulgaria. Welcome.
Hi. Hi. Hi.
So everybody heard what the Commission President had to say, and she really did lay down a challenge to the private sector, to businesses. I mean, the public sector's got a big role to play as well, I would say. So I think it'd be nice to hear from each of you with some short remarks about what your business is doing to meet this challenge, and then we can have a short conversation. So, Petya, do you want to start?
Thank you. I will start in Bulgarian, and then
Please
with the
go.
questions we can turn. Уважаеми господин президент, уважаеми министри, уважаеми дами и господа, позволете ми в началото да изкажа моята искрена благодарност.
Allow me to express
Успяха да направят и невъзможното.
that they did all they could to hold this prestigious event and so that we could express our views along with the businesses. Today's world faces a number of challenges related to environmental pollution, global warming, climate change. We heard it today, but we've been hearing it day in, day out. And I think there's no organization that does not work on that. The environmental challenges are very serious, and they bring about a number of other problems that affect our businesses, our families, and the environment. A sustainable the environmental protection and is essential. As a business, I think in Bulgaria and in particular at the Postbank have started a number of initiatives. We have done a lot with respect of taking this issue close to heart so that we could start resolving it the way we can. Let me give you a few examples from the banking sector, and my fellow panelists will provide their own views. This process has been running hand in hand with digitalization so that we can make the environment for our employees and for our clients better. So digitalization comes first. At the Postbank, we developed digital zones, self-service areas, and we developed a number of products that save energy and paper, which resulted in better services and better products and benefits for the environment, and also being in compliance with the new regulations and rules. I think any business can make a few simple steps to that effect. With respect to customer service, we have several programs like the green housing loans, financing of for green products, etc. And we try to encourage the development of the economy given the new environmental norms. We would like to contribute so that the business in Bulgaria could be more sustainable and greener, and give our so that the environment could benefit from that. It's a stringently regulated area that we operate in, and the European Commission will present some new rules, and we are prepared for that, and it will encourage businesses to use more and more greener practices, because there will be better conditions for financing such greener initiatives or practices that contribute for business development. I can talk more on this, but I would like to give the floor for questions, or give time for questions. Thank you.
Very good to hear about those practical initiatives. So I'm sure we'll hear more of very practical ideas coming from Radoslav Koshkov, who I mentioned is the country general manager for Schneider Electric throughout the region.
Okay, to the respect with the audience and the President of the Republic, I will also speak in Bulgarian. Така, също искам да ви кажа благодарност.
I would also like to start by extending my gratitude to the organizers for holding such a beautiful event in this situation, observing all measures. On behalf, I will speak about sustainability on behalf of Schneider Electric and how we see it, and some of our views. It is essential that there are several transformations that we are facing: digital transformation and transformation towards sustainability. They are organically interrelated, because we cannot achieve sustainability without digitalization. And it's pointless to invest in digitalization if we do not have a sustainability plan. It is essential for the businesses to understand that one of the most important truths is that our business goals and our sustainability goals are interrelated too, because any penny saved from energy, any resource that we can use, any manufacturing operation made more effective, more efficient, has a financial dimension. And sustainable company is not a green value which is vague and it's only used for advertising. It's a clear-cut business goal with its financial parameters, and it is linked to company development and with its reputation in the future. So this is what we should understand when we talk about sustainability. Let me give you a few examples. Data exchange in real time, reduction of our own carbon footprint, digital operations, recycling, energy efficiency, with the empowerment of local communities. And when companies and business organizations understand the benefits of this mindset, they would initiate and they would step up their own transformation, and they will be proactive in this on this path towards sustainability. A few words of what we do at Schneider Electric. We try to support these two transformations, sustainability through digitalization, so that we could make these transformations more easily accessible for everyone with our own role model. We start with our own units, with our warehouses, even with our car park, with our car fleet, automobile fleet. We offer the market solutions, technologies, software that are accessible thanks to the expertise and services that we offer. Then we evolved to include our partners and our suppliers, and in their sustainability plans, we want to make sure that they will be part of our overall plan that links this all in one. As leaders, as one of the leaders in this segment, that we create such sustainability examples, we are called upon to be the leader of this change, of this shift, and we are open for a dialogue with the institutions. And this is the point in time where I should, when I should talk about the regulatory framework, because it will blaze the trail for all our efforts. And let me end up by saying the most important statement behind all these technologies and processes, behind all these sustainability practices, there are people, us. It all starts from us. It all boils down to us, because we are the ones to champion the change. If we want to live in a more sustainable future, digital technologies are out there. They are out there to help us, but it is our decision how to walk the line towards our goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. You, Jörg Buchhalter, to hear about what Coca-Cola has been doing in this area.
Thanks a lot. Of course, as well as all my colleagues, I have all the respect for the President of Bulgaria. However, I hope you apologize myself. I'm not fluent enough in the Bulgarian language, so I will go with English. Representing Coca-Cola Hellenic here, we have like 1,000 employees in Bulgaria. We're part of the Coca-Cola Hellenic group that spans 28 countries, mainly in Central Eastern Europe, also Russia. We have countries in Africa, Nigeria, Egypt, and we serve like 700 million consumers every day with our beverages. Obviously, Coca-Cola is a very famous, well-known company. It's a company that is looked at, and also I think it's a company that in the last 100 years has been a front runner in many social, economical, and also in environmental topics, which is actually exactly the role that I see for Coca-Cola when it comes to green, sustainable environment. We as a company, we would love to lead the agenda, to facilitate the dialogue with all the players, and to make an impact moving forward. Just very recently, Coca-Cola Hellenic has announced the Net Zero 2040 commitment publicly, which basically says that by 2040 we will have net zero carbon emissions across our full value chain, which includes footprints we have in our own operations, but also includes the footprints that our suppliers, our partners, and our customers actually have, because we see the responsibility of Coca-Cola across the entire value chain. Now, that commitment is bold. It requires a lot of speed, focus, investments. For my group, this is around about 250 million euro alone until 2025 to march on that journey. And of course, it requires a series of concrete actions to arrive there. And maybe I just can mention a few things that we do here in Bulgaria on that journey. When we look at our production plants in Bankia, we're operating with 100% renewable energy. In Kostimbrod, for the time being, we're at 50, also aiming to go to 100%. We also change our fleet, our trucks, forklifts in the warehouses, the vehicles of the sales personnel going to hybrid electric fleet. We work on the ingredients that we have for our products. So we do reformulations with less or no sugar. We work on packaging, which is extremely important in our business. So we call it lightweightening, having less material that we use for one bottle produced. We use more refillable packages. We eliminate foils for multi-packs. And also we march on we call it rPET journey, using recycled material to produce new bottles. We work on coolers. We have like 75,000 coolers with our customers in Bulgaria. Half of them are energy efficient already now, using 60% less energy compared to the old ones. And also we work on production processes, which is very important. It helps us to save. As an example, nowadays we use like 14% less water for one beverage being produced relative to 5 years ago. And also on that journey, we of course engage with our suppliers, with our partners to join us on that journey forward. So these are some practical examples that the Bulgarian operation is already doing now. And maybe just to conclude on my side with a very important topic for us as well as the industry, which is the circular economy. Coca-Cola Hellenic is fully committed to collect 100% of all the packages we put into the market, all the PET, all the aluminum, all the glass by 2030. Of course, fully complying with all the national targets that EU legislation is putting on the table. As I said, it's very important for us. It's very important for the industry. We are a so-called obliged industry. It's our duty and responsibility to take care of this. And we're fully behind. Following the bottle-to-bottle model, with this, it's going to be extremely important in Bulgaria to set up a collection system that is a state-of-the-art, to have excellence in recycling, and also to continuously owning the materials we put in place to reuse them for new production. So this is basically how we as Coca-Cola see our role, leading the agenda, facilitating the dialogue with the authorities, with the industry, with the stakeholders, and also very importantly with the consumers, to have consumers on our side, and with this to make a long-term lasting impact here in Bulgaria.
Thank you. Okay, I think we've got about 5-7 minutes for a little discussion. We don't want to keep the president waiting any longer, and we're all looking forward to hearing him speak. So I have 2 questions, and take your pick. You can answer either or both of them. You've all been very positive about the steps that your companies are taking to go along this green agenda. But do you really think that the EU targets, net zero targets for 2050 and the ones for 2030 and so on, are realistic for a country such as Bulgaria? And if they are, if you think they are realistic, can you tell me practically how you see Bulgaria getting there? So, for example, Mr. Koshkov, Bulgaria is a major electricity producer and supplier for the region. How much of that comes from fossil fuels? How quickly can that change? And then the second part of my question is, how much pressure are you feeling either from shareholders asking you to meet these targets, ESG goals and so on, and also from consumers? Or do you feel that this is something that is really being driven from the top, from within your own organizations? So who would like to start? Maybe Petya?
Yes, I will start. I think that first about the targets, they are very ambitious. But if you don't have targets, and if they're not ambitious, you are never going to achieve them. So I think that our country now is very committed. We see the new government has very ambitious goals. And I don't know how achievable they are, since they are really, really ambitious, but not only for Bulgaria, I would say for Europe as well, and for many other countries. However, I think that it's something towards all the business and the government are committed to do and to go. So in this respect, I feel that we are in the right direction, both as businesses and as country. Concerning banking, I would say that maybe we are a bit ahead, since we are very regulated business. We are all under the ESG regulation, which will come into effect this year. So we are going fully to comply. So the banking business in Bulgaria will be as the banking business in any other country. So from this respect, for example, we are not going to be different than any other banks in Europe. So maybe that's an achievement which is in line with the rest. In terms of the rest, I think we are going to push in any event the business, because the business, they will see that they have a lot of benefits if they commit to more greener programs, or if they go into such, since there are a lot of programs now with cheaper financing and better conditions, and a lot of lines which they can use if they continue with these best practices. I think it's the most difficult is maybe to change your business model. You know, now it's from linear to the 3 Rs. It's like reduce, reuse, recycle. So it's a way of changing the whole thing. Maybe for the production or any other companies, it will be more difficult. But however, I think it is going into the right direction, and we have no choice, as we heard before us. This is it. We have to do it, and we have to protect us and our families and the future of all of us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll try to cover the two questions shortly. So for the first one, yes, targets probably are very ambitious, but I think they should be fair to all countries. And we should also provide our forecast how we are going to meet this, and to try to meet the common understanding between the two parties, which is at the end representing the whole view of Europe. But we have to provide our forecast, and we have to be ambitious, because from practice I know that when you are ambitious, you achieve easier the goals you are putting. So from the other side, the second question was what if some of the company ambitions are going and are put from top down. I don't believe that in any companies such goals are putting top down, because there should be common understanding and beliefs about this. I mean, and the company, it's about the company culture, about how people are trained, how people and how company is creating the environment for their work in order they to be part of this journey, part of these green initiatives, and every move they make and every activity they do to be somehow correlated and to be related to these green goals we have.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Jörg, finally?
Well, maybe in short, I mean, Bulgaria is part of European Union. These targets are set. I think they're ambitious, but achievable. And I don't see them as negotiable. I see them as correct and right. maybe if I can say, I mean, personally, I'm father of 4 girls. I have 4 daughters at home. And they do not ask me how much Coca-Cola I have sold. Actually, my wife is from time to time, but it's a different story. But my girls, they ask me what I do in my capacity for the environment, and it seriously matters to them. So I think it's right to have ambitious targets that we go after. What is really important is that the industry is aligned. The dialogue is done constantly with the authorities. And that we set up a system that is credible for the collection and for the recycling, and also to reuse the material. And when we're aligned on that journey, I'm sure we can get there.
Okay, thanks all of you for sharing your own experiences with us tonight and answering these questions. It's been a great privilege to have you here and to hear more about how Bulgaria is going to meet these very ambitious targets. So thank you all very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we've come to a very important part of our evening, and it's my great honour to introduce our guest of honour and keynote speaker, Rumen Radev, President of Bulgaria. Welcome, Mr. President. Dragomir.
Distinguished guests, I'd first like to thank the organizers on the idea of having this event, because I'm convinced that we all need to have such venues, to have such discussions about the future of Europe, of how we imagine it, what efforts we are willing to make in order to have this Europe. You know that in March this year, the Conference on the Future of Europe will be launched. It's another beautiful initiative which will enable all EU citizens to give their voice on how they see the future of Europe. When we speak about the future, we should have several things in mind. First, what will be the general global situation? The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Heiko Maas of Germany, commented on a global economy, and along with the acknowledgements, he mentioned that the idea that economy and connectability will replace world economy was disrupted, did not hold through. We are aware now that the world is becoming an arena of rivalry and competition. The world is becoming more and more harder and harder to predict. We move from one crisis to another. They overlap. And we should make sure that Europe not only sail through these seas of crises, but it should be on the right track to achieve clear goals. And we have got used to the comfort within our community, within our borders. We should be aware that the crises that overwhelm the world nowadays come from outside of Europe. Some rage closer to our borders, others farther away, but we should consider what leverage we can use to impact and neutralize these crises in their conception phase. This would mean to exert influence outside with all the instruments or tools we have available to us. This is what ambition means. And I think our level of ambitions was set clearly in the Roma Declaration that we signed in 2017. I signed for Bulgaria. This declaration read, strong Europe on the world scene. What does this mean? It means to have security, competitiveness, and innovation. We know the major pillars of national power and the power of any union: information, diplomacy, military power. If we are to analyze how Europe stands in these pillars, we will realize that a lot has been achieved, but a lot remains to be achieved. So do we have a reliable system for situational awareness? If we go back to 2014, if we consider what happened closer to our borders, we had the strategic situation with the annexation of Crimea. You remember this reference to the little small green men who emerged in Crimea. And then the crisis in Syria took place. We do not have such a dislocated system, deployed system for timely information. We can talk about economy, science, and technology a lot. And let me say a few words on the second pillar. I saw in the agenda that I was going to give a lecture. I apologize. I do not have such an ambition. I just want to share some of my thoughts and impressions that I have come to in my discussions with other world leaders. I have the feeling that Europe is not present in the major negotiations which take place between other major powers and that concern Europe. And we are sitting back and waiting for President Biden, for instance, to inform us what he talked about with President Putin about us. This means that we should make huge efforts to have strong, powerful European diplomacy. This would mean to have quick and effective decision-making mechanisms. How many years does it take us to make a decision on the issues of migration or other issues that concern security? It takes years. Let's consider if this is the case with other strategic players. Let me give you an example where a leader of such a company can make a decision tonight, and tomorrow it will be in execution. There's quite a lot we can think about in that regard. So this is a major issue that we should find a solution to. Several times Germany initiated a debate on setting up a smaller authority with clear regulations, with clear powers at the EU to be able to make quick, adequate decisions. We've had a lot of discussions and arguments at our council meetings. Our decisions are slower, but they're sustainable. They're based on our democratic values. So this is why, in long-term perspective, they will be the leading ones. However, we are faced with situations in which we have runners in the fastest tracks. We are encountered with the sprinters, and we cannot be sure how we can cope with that. With respect to the economy, I am not in a position to make analysis of economic nature before this audience, but there are things that strike me. If we take the foundation of economy, energy, and innovations as its pike. Without them, there is no innovation. The dry figures about the cost of energy for January speak a lot. For Europe, 255 euro per megawatt hours in Europe, 64 euro for megawatt hours in US, and 10 in China. So how can we talk about competitiveness from there on? And if you talk about the top, the spike, the innovations, the edge, the World Organization on Intellectual Property, the applications for China were 1.5 million, 600,000 in the US, 300,000 in Japan, South Korea, 220,000, Europe as a whole, 180,000 applications for patents. If we continue failing to make rescue measures for the most vital aspects of economy, I can't imagine how we will keep up with the competition. The major debate on energy, the President of the European Commission, Ms. Ursula von der Leyen, is right. The Green Deal, which will be the driver towards the beautiful green future, which nobody denies, but how can we get there is the question, and how to continue being competitive to the others who refer to this future, but they say let's make sure that decarbonization does not disrupt our ordinary life. This was an official statement, so we are honest in taking a commitment at a huge cost, which for smaller countries which do not have financial power, like Bulgaria, is a huge challenge, whereas others can tread along a different path. Last year, there was a record yield in coal in some countries. So solar energy being the cheapest, but we know what happened in Texas. Investors leaving California. I don't want to be pessimistic. On the contrary, I'm convinced supporter of the green transition with a sensible balance, because my personal view, without being an expert, but I read a lot and I talk with a lot of people, and I think we have made a leap forward with the installations of renewable energy sources by denying fossil fuels without resolving an existential issue for our development, sustainability of energy. In order to give up basic sources, coal, energy, and gas, and have technologies that are accessible, cheap, and reliable, that can store this cheap energy obtained through solar and wind resources. Before, we have done away with our basic supply of coal, which give us 50% of autonomy, nuclear energy with 30%, providing us 30% of our autonomy. These are issues that we should be quite open about. And at the latest meeting of the Council, when we could discuss the taxonomy, we are trying to acknowledge nuclear energy as green energy. The same goes for gas. And this is what I proposed. EU member states should set up a large fund, a pool of money, so that we can develop new, reliable, sustainable technologies for storage of energy. This is the key to future, as I see it. With respect to the next pillar, security or military power, it's not a new issue for the EU. The common European defense has been talked about for many years, but after the 2014 crisis, it was brought back to the table. But I must say that not enough has been achieved, and this is where the vision of President Macron on joint military forces, which is gaining more and more support. But how can we execute such a vision? Because a major pillar of the European security is NATO, with its capacity and the capacity of the US. Some of you may remember the 2011 operation where a number of European countries were eager to join, but soon after, support from the US was sought because Europe did not have the technology, systems for intelligence, for strategic transport, and 1 week after the start of the operation, ammunition was in deficit. So, can Europe guarantee its security on its own without the huge military power of the US? It's clear that it cannot. However, it's worth considering how this can be achieved, because based on my experience in the area of security, I know that when security is on the table, there should always be a contingency plan. We do not have plan B. Our only plan evolves around NATO, which counts on the military power of the US. However, if the US is engaged on on a different military arena, then we cannot count on them. So this is another challenge, the major fragmentation in the European defense industry. This is why the US have such the capacity, because they have huge budget allocated to defense, and they manufacture one type of planes. In Europe, there are 6 of them. They manufacture one military tank. We manufacture 15 tanks in Europe. The funds allocated in Europe, in Spain, Germany, or Sweden, we do not use these funds efficiently, and this will be very hard to achieve the political will to have this approach to the market. But we have the European Defence Fund, which was set up, and it encourages the integration of R&D in defense. This will be our starting point, and this is how we can get to the point when we'll have joint manufacturing. And then we will have our joint European defense forces. And I think the first step was the proper one, to generate capacity, to generate capabilities to get to the joint military defense forces.
Now, what conclusions can we draw from this complex situation? Integration, in my view. Enhanced integration on all the levels. In my view, this is the only way that we can achieve anything together. More competitiveness, more innovation. These should accompany our steps. We should be more efficient in the measures that we apply in all the areas. I mean, integration on the regional level too. Let me give an example with Bulgaria. So when we speak about security, in 2017, Bulgaria proposed a common operational plan concerning the migrant crisis, because there was a very strong push according to the western borders of the Union. So whenever we have such a situation, we should know in advance who participates with what, instead of waiting for European leaders to have a meeting and then decide what to decide, because that leaves us in a situation of lack of security. We see what happens with Poland, with the Baltic states. They take decisions in their areas. In 2019, at the summit meeting of NATO in Madrid, I think there was a proposal to this effect, because the allocation of a certain percentage of the GDP for defense is really a major step towards increasing our defense. But at the same time, such a commitment would make smaller countries like ours, which cannot produce defense equipment and on such a scale, to invest in the systems that larger countries can invest into. For us, this is a double loss. So I would like to see the union, the connection rather, between the producer, manufacturer, and buyer, purchaser, working better. The union should promote a better relationship between manufacturers and consumers. This topic is of major interest for all countries. I have personal impressions. We have a fund to promote innovations in this area. And of course, it is accompanied by the respective mechanisms to assist the respective R&D companies, R&D units, and institutions, and whatever. We can never achieve in Europe an economic and social cohesion between the North and the South, and the East and the West, in spite of the large European funds, unless, I repeat, unless we have scientific and research cohesion, unless we do that. Therefore, Bulgaria promoted this idea, and a memorandum was developed to promote international assistance for sustainable development. The presidential institution participated actively in this undertaking. I hope that in April I will open, jointly with the President of Switzerland, the first ever institute in Eastern Europe on information on AI and development of AI, information and development of AI, in which will participate major leading companies in this area from Europe. The three Seas initiative, apart from its being related to transportation and different sectors of the economy, is also related to the development of innovations, research, education, etc. I can give many examples. I just believe that we should be more active, more insistent, more open to each other. And our messages to each other are very important. We should have a critical approach to critical situations. This is very important. We should be very practical in our approach to critical situations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Very much. I hope your schedule allows you to spend a few minutes answering one or two questions. Well, thank you so much for that. That was a very wide-ranging talk, actually. It was a kind of lecture, even if that wasn't your intention. But if I may, I would like to focus on the security dimension, because you started your talk really looking at the return of great power, conflicts in the world, and the unpredictability of the world in which we find ourselves. And obviously the current crisis that we're facing in this part of the world, in particular, on the Russia-Ukraine border, is probably the biggest crisis facing the region since the Yugoslav crisis. Now, you spoke of great powers discussing and deciding on things that affect Europe without Europe being involved in those discussions. So I wanted to just ask you a little more about that, because we see two very different approaches. On the one hand, the US and UK taking a particularly hardline approach, and then Europe a slightly different approach. So what is your response to this standoff between Russia and NATO over Ukraine? How do you think it should be resolved? How do you think Bulgaria should respond? And what sort of role can your country play?
It's a very complex issue, but as a former military, I would argue that there is no military solution to this crisis. I do believe that the only solution is lays in a comprehensive dialogue, and we have not exhausted all the diplomatic means yet.
And how do you see, so the emphasis is very much on dialogue, which I understand absolutely. Two questions, really. Do you think that Bulgaria, given its historical and particular relationship with Russia, can play a role in advancing that dialogue? And how can you see a solution emerging from this dialogue? Because we've had Russia presenting kind of maximalist demands, NATO replying and essentially rejecting those demands. How can that dialogue go forward from here?
I think we have the double-track approach in NATO: deterrence and defense, but keeping the door for dialogue always open. And this is the solution. It was really a very wise solution to have the dialogue on the three highest levels, like EU-Russia, US-Russia, NATO-Russia. And now we have initiative from European leaders like President Macron, for instance, taking this challenge and responsibility to have open dialogue with Russia as well. And we have the Normandy format, the Minsk agreement, and we should put all our efforts for both sides to comply with their obligations. But again, even though it is extremely difficult and challenging, there is a hope. You see, every day we have a kind of news, every day we have exchange of declarations. We have open dialogues at different formats, at different levels. And I do believe this is the way. The more we talk, the easier we'll find the solution.
Thank you. I know that some other NATO member states have offered to send reinforcements to Bulgaria. Do you welcome those offers, or do you think that is something that is necessary or not?
This is not something new for us. As a commander of the Bulgarian Air Force, I have personally organized and conducted enhanced air policing with our allies on the Bulgarian territory. And along with the improved, strengthened security, we enjoyed and will continue enjoying very realistic joint training.
Thank you. A couple of other issues I wanted to ask you about. One is the question of relations between Bulgaria and North Macedonia. We know that North Macedonia's EU accession talks have not begun, and there's been this long-running dispute with Bulgaria. Can we look forward to some breakthrough or progress, do you think, this year in that dispute?
I think that this process is not time-driven, but result-oriented. And I want to be clearly understood. Bulgaria is the country most interested in accessing North Macedonia in the European Union. And we have been trying to do our best to accelerate the process to develop the necessary conditions. However, Bulgaria is a responsible member of the European Union. As such a member, we would like to integrate partners, and we cannot afford to integrate problems within the European Union. That's why we would like to see clear, sustainable, irreversible results in our talks, in the decisions. We have been waiting for the leadership of North Macedonia to take upon. It's time for commitment. It's time to show political resolve and boldness. And to, most important, to comply with the Copenhagen criteria for membership, especially regarding human rights, non-discrimination. And we also want to see sustainable, irreversible solutions regarding hate speech, regarding saving and respecting our common historical and cultural heritage.
Thank you. A final question, because again you mentioned it, and it was something that was very important for Bulgaria during its presidency of the EU, was the migration question, and you said that we still seem to be very far away from being able to adopt any kind of common EU policy here. Are you worried that we could again see a repeat of the situation confronting Europe in 2015 with a migration crisis after this pandemic is over?
We should calculate the risk all the time, and the risk is at place. We have witnessed many smaller crises and pressure over the EU borders since 2015, even last year on the European borders. So we need to find a sustainable solution. Europe should be engaged stronger to work with the countries of origin, to help their social systems, education, especially healthcare. And the most important is to cure the wrong signals we sent in 2015. When Europe opened the door widely, without any screening and requirements, we thought that the impact is on us, the negative impact. I'm sure that the more severe impact was on those countries. Because the young generation had a signal, instead of staying in their countries, trying to pay their efforts to rebuild their countries, they had a signal, it's much better life. Just come to visit us and you have best social conditions and you can solve your problems. So this kind of approach towards those countries could deprive these countries from their young and most active generation.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for taking the time to answer those questions. It's been great to have you with us this evening, and we wish you all the best for Bulgaria and the future. Thank you.
Thank you, it's a pleasure.
I would like to announce that the President will now be leaving the event. And once again, I want to extend the thanks of the Economist Group and Economist Impact and this event for the President for having joined us this evening and giving that really interesting keynote address. Thank you very much indeed. Just to announce now, we're going to have a break. We're going to have a cocktail break with premium whiskey. That is going to last half an hour, 30 minutes. So I'm going to ask you please to return to this room at 7:20, 19:20. The Prime Minister will be arriving after the break, and he too will be giving a keynote address, and we will have another panel on digitalization as well, and we'll be enjoying a dinner. So please go and enjoy your cocktail and rejoin us in the room at 20 past the hour. Thank you very much.
Тридесет години гледаме напред, заредени с амбиция. С модерни продукти иновативни зони за експресно банкиране, премиум центрове с обслужване на изключително ниво и един различен мобилен портфейл. 30 години всяка постигната цел ни кара отново да надскачаме себе си, за да създаваме вселена от нови възможности за вас. 30 години Пощенска банка.
В живота не винаги е лесно да казваш истината, но ние от лаборатории Синево го правим. Казваме ви, че всеки пациент сам избира къде да се изследва, независимо какво пише на направлението или кой ви изпраща. Може да изберете Синево. Казваме ви, че можете да изберете международния опит, точните резултати, високия стандарт и правилното отношение, защото е важно за вас и семейството ви. Не оставяйте друг да избира вместо вас. Ние сме Синево България и държим да правим нещата по правилния начин, и то е да ви кажем, че вие избирате.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
30 години гледаме напред, заредени с амбиция. С модерни продукти, иновативни зони за експресно банкиране, премиум центрове с обслужване на изключително ниво и един различен мобилен портфейл. 30 години всяка постигната цел ни кара отново да надскачаме себе си, за да създаваме вселена от нови възможности за вас. 30 години Пощенска банка.
В живота не винаги е лесно да казваш истината, но ние от лаборатории Синево го правим. Казваме ви, че всеки пациент сам избира къде да се изследва, независимо какво пише на направлението или кой ви изпраща. Може да изберете Синево. Казваме ви, че можете да изберете международния опит, точните резултати, високия стандарт и правилното отношение. Защото е важно за вас и семейството ви. Не оставяйте друг да избира вместо вас. Ние сме Синево България и държим да правим нещата по правилния начин. И то е да ви кажем, че вие избирате.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
30 години гледаме напред, заредени с амбиция. С модерни продукти, иновативни зони за експресно банкиране, премиум центрове с обслужване на изключително ниво и един различен мобилен портфейл. 30 години всяка постигната цел ни кара отново да надскачаме себе си, за да създаваме вселена от нови възможности за вас. 30 години Пощенска банка.
В живота не винаги е лесно да казваш истината, но ние от лаборатории Синево го правим. Казваме ви, че всеки пациент сам избира къде да се изследва, независимо какво пише на направлението или кой ви изпраща. Може да изберете Синево. Казваме ви, че можете да изберете международния опит, точните резултати, високия стандарт и правилното отношение. Защото е важно за вас и семейството ви. Не оставяйте друг да избира вместо вас. Ние сме Синево България и държим да правим нещата по правилния начин. И то е да ви кажем, че вие избирате.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
30 години гледаме напред, заредени с амбиция. С модерни продукти, иновативни зони за експресно банкиране, премиум центрове с обслужване на изключително ниво и един различен мобилен портфейл. 30 години всяка постигната цел ни кара отново да надскачаме себе си, за да създаваме вселена от нови възможности за вас. 30 години Пощенска банка.
В живота не винаги е лесно да казваш истината, но ние от лаборатории Синево го правим. Казваме ви, че всеки пациент сам избира къде да се изследва, независимо какво пише на направлението или кой ви изпраща. Може да изберете Синево. Казваме ви, че можете да изберете международния опит, точните резултати, високия стандарт и правилното отношение. Защото е важно за вас и семейството ви. Не оставяйте друг да избира вместо вас. Ние сме Синево България и държим да правим нещата по правилния начин. И то е да ви кажем, че вие избирате.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
30 години гледаме напред, заредени с амбиция. С модерни продукти, иновативни зони за експресно банкиране, премиум центрове с обслужване на изключително ниво и един различен мобилен портфейл. 30 години всяка постигната цел ни кара отново да надскачаме себе си, за да създаваме вселена от нови възможности за вас. 30 години Пощенска банка.
В живота не винаги е лесно да казваш истината, но ние от лаборатории Синево го правим. Казваме ви, че всеки пациент сам избира къде да се изследва, независимо какво пише на направлението или кой ви изпраща. Може да изберете Синево. Казваме ви, че можете да изберете международния опит, точните резултати, високия стандарт и правилното отношение. Защото е важно за вас и семейството ви. Не оставяйте друг да избира вместо вас. Ние сме Синево България и държим да правим нещата по правилния начин. И то е да ви кажем, че вие избирате.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
30 години гледаме напред, заредени с амбиция. С модерни продукти, иновативни зони за експресно банкиране, премиум центрове с обслужване на изключително ниво и един различен мобилен портфейл. 30 години всяка постигната цел ни кара отново да надскачаме себе си, за да създаваме вселена от нови възможности за вас. 30 години Пощенска банка.
В живота не винаги е лесно да казваш истината, но ние от лаборатории Синево го правим. Казваме ви, че всеки пациент сам избира къде да се изследва, независимо какво пише на направлението или кой ви изпраща. Може да изберете Синево. Казваме ви, че можете да изберете международния опит, точните резултати, високия стандарт и правилното отношение. Защото е важно за вас и семейството ви. Не оставяйте друг да избира вместо вас. Ние сме Синево България и държим да правим нещата по правилния начин. И то е да ви кажем, че вие избирате.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
30 години гледаме напред, заредени с амбиция. С модерни продукти, иновативни зони за експресно банкиране, премиум центрове с обслужване на изключително ниво и един различен мобилен портфейл. 30 години всяка постигната цел ни кара отново да надскачаме себе си, за да създаваме вселена от нови възможности за вас. 30 години Пощенска банка.
В живота не винаги е лесно да казваш истината, но ние от лаборатории Синево го правим. Казваме ви, че всеки пациент сам избира къде да се изследва, независимо какво пише на направлението или кой ви изпраща. Може да изберете Синево. Казваме ви, че можете да изберете международния опит, точните резултати, високия стандарт и правилното отношение. Защото е важно за вас и семейството ви. Не оставяйте друг да избира вместо вас. Ние сме Синево България и държим да правим нещата по правилния начин. И то е да ви кажем, че вие избирате.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
30 години гледаме напред, заредени с амбиция. С модерни продукти, иновативни зони за експресно банкиране, премиум центрове с обслужване на изключително ниво и един различен мобилен портфейл. 30 години всяка постигната цел ни кара отново да надскачаме себе си, за да създаваме вселена от нови възможности за вас. 30 години Пощенска банка.
В живота не винаги е лесно да казваш истината, но ние от лаборатории Синево го правим.
The next session that we're going to have is on the digital landscape. And so while you're enjoying your first course, we're going to listen to a couple of video messages. We're going to hear from Maria Gabriel, who's the Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth at the European Commission. So we're going to play that video message. And then we'll have another message from Roland Harings, who's the CEO of Arubis Group. And then I will come to the stage and we'll have a conversation with our guest from Microsoft. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure and honor for me to have the opportunity to address this distinguished audience that gathered today to reflect and discuss on the future of the world and the future of Europe in 2022 in the digital era. The COVID pandemic, green and digital transitions, the new wave of innovation pose not only big challenges, they create also new opportunities to shape the future of Europe's business landscape in a sustainable, resilient and digital way. Businesses have been digitalizing for more than a decade, and it is high time for them to advance to the next level, moving from a digital business to an innovative business to capitalize on the new opportunities. Today, let me share with you my predictions on the business landscape. First, there will be a greater emphasis on working in ecosystems. Second, in order to capitalize on the new wave of innovation, it will be more important than ever to collaborate with deep tech startups. Third, the use of cutting-edge technologies such as data analytics, artificial intelligence, and immersive real and virtual metaverses will become part of the daily operations of the most advanced businesses. Last but not least, businesses will collaborate even more with academia. So this year, the value and importance of being well connected with the rest of the business ecosystem players will be more valuable than ever. Businesses will be able smoothly to collaborate with startups, investors, scientists and academia thanks to the horizontal innovation ecosystem. In this context, I'm preparing together with my team a European innovation agenda, one of the main goals of which is to create a pan-European innovation ecosystem. The first projects funded by Horizon Europe's new European Innovation Ecosystem program will begin operations in 2022. I encourage you to participate in the activities organized by this program. Second, I would like to shift the focus to the importance of businesses, collaboration with deep tech startups, scientists, investors, universities. The new wave of deep tech innovation will focus on addressing the Europeans' deep challenges. I'm referring to startups that have both a software and a hardware component and are looking for solutions in areas such as energy, health, transportation, construction, agriculture and food. To capitalize on this new wave of innovation, businesses must consider innovation to be an essential component of their daily operations. With the European Innovation Council and the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, the European Commission will assist European businesses in this transformation to work with startups, universities and scientists. Both initiatives will be expanded in 2022 to ensure that Europe becomes the global innovation powerhouse. Third, the incorporation of cutting-edge technologies, such as data analytics, artificial intelligence, into daily business operations. The most advanced engineering-related businesses are already using real and virtual metaverses for design, testing, training. The implementation of these technologies will accelerate in 2022. And we need to address some issues like privacy or fundamental principles. Fourth, we'll see an increase in the number of companies that specialize in educational content. You may be aware that over the last 10 years, global investment in educational technology, EdTech, has increased from 500 million euros to 16 billion. The pandemic taught us how quickly a trend can accelerate and what kind of support is needed to transition from traditional learning to a flexible, digital-ready environment. Our goal is 80% of all people in the European Union to master basic digital skills. We'll achieve this through our initiatives in the Digital Education Action Plan and the structured dialogue with the Member States and stakeholders, such as the edutech businesses that I'm holding. In our Digital Education Action Plan, we have put forward a series of actions to strengthen basic and advanced digital skills, scaling up digital opportunity traineeships, as well as actions to attract more women and girls in STEM studies and careers. Our measures to support digital innovation need to be complemented by smart regulation to ensure that European values are preserved while avoiding unnecessary barriers for innovation. The proposed new regulation on artificial intelligence will make sure that Europeans can trust what AI has to offer, and it will strengthen Europe's leading position in the development of human-centric, secure, inclusive and trustworthy AI. Finally, Horizon Europe program. Horizon Europe program will assist European businesses in using cutting-edge technologies through new public-private partnerships in areas such as health, key digital technologies, circular economy, hydrogen or cybersecurity, just to name a few. In 2022, new calls will be published to select and fund research and innovation activities. And I believe that businesses will seize the new opportunities provided by a vibrant pan-European innovation ecosystem. Allow me to conclude by encouraging you to share your ideas with us to co-create a European innovation agenda that serves businesses and society. We can only succeed on our quest to make Europe the global powerhouse for innovation if it becomes a joint endeavor. Many thanks for your attention, and I wish you fruitful discussions.
Ladies and gentlemen, first I would like to thank The Economist for the opportunity to speak at this great event and to discuss how we can shape the business landscape in the digital era. Arubis is a leading global copper producer and provider of non-ferrous metals. Our site in Bulgaria is our second largest location with almost 900 employees. We are the largest company in Bulgaria with a structural role for the country's economy and the largest copper producer in Southeastern Europe. Our sector provides many of the metals that make digitalization physically possible in the first place. And Arubis has already put a lot of effort into our own digitalization. A great example is our digital factory, which saves resources and runs production more efficiently with concepts like predictive maintenance and AI-based production optimization. To be able to process all the data needed for this, we even bought an IT startup in 2020 called Aceti. We also established a digital innovation lab to further develop and digitalize our business model in an agile approach in close cooperation with our customers and suppliers. Having said this, digitalization is never a standalone feature. At Arubis, we see this as a means to an end, for more customer satisfaction, for better supplier management, for saving resources. Digitalization will also help us master another megatrend. It's a megatrend where the copper sector is at the heart of what is possibly the biggest endeavor the economy and society are currently facing: the decarbonization of industry. And in this regard, Europe has set an ambitious goal. It is determined to become the world's first carbon-neutral continent by 2050. This truly ambitious objective will require an unprecedented feat of strength from all of us, all industry sectors, society, and politics. Only by joining forces and by maintaining the dialogue can we make this transition an economically, ecologically, and socially just one. The metal industry is a crucial enabler for this process. I can speak here for the vast majority of European industry. We are highly committed. We are implementing new projects to decarbonize processes, getting closer and closer to carbon neutrality. Take Arubis as an example. We are one of the cleanest copper smelters in the world. Compared to the global average, we emit only 40% of the CO2 emissions to produce 1 ton of copper here in Europe. Currently, we're even testing the use of hydrogen instead of natural gas in our Hamburg anode furnace, potentially saving more than 6,200 tons of CO2 per year there. If it's successful and affordable, we will likely roll out this technology to our site in Bulgaria as well. With this technology, the copper sector could save up to 1 million tons of CO2 per year worldwide. But we don't stop here. We put a 10 megawatt photovoltaic system into operation in Bulgaria. It is the largest solar plant for in-house electricity generation in the country. Our long-term goal for Bulgaria is to use in-house renewables for 20% of the electricity we need by 2030 and 50% by 2050. Starting in 2024, we want to expand our existing industrial heat project in Hamburg and deliver even more CO2-free energy to private homes. After completion, the project will prevent up to 100,000 tons of CO2 emissions each year. With the co-production of many other metals apart from copper, like silver, gold, tin, and nickel, we avoid over 3 million additional tons of CO2 that would be emitted if these metals were produced separately. Today, 45% of our copper cathodes already come from recycling material, so saving resources, energy, and CO2. Last but not least, last year, our plant in Bulgaria became one of the first copper smelters worldwide certified with the Copper Mark standard. The Copper Mark is the seal for sustainability in our industry that reflects the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are in the process of implementing this standard for all smelters within our group of companies. We have set our milestones. We have put sustainability at the heart of our strategy, and we are committed to becoming carbon neutral well before 2050. But this will only be possible with the right parameters and a clear regulatory path. Furthermore, as a strong company, we can't carry all of the artificial local costs that our global competitors aren't facing. This calls for effective carbon leakage protection. We are at the start of many strategic value chains and are deeply rooted in several ecosystems, from batteries and mobility to electronics and construction. The Green Deal and the digital transformation will be highly metals intensive. But without political support, we will not be able to contribute to the EU's strategic autonomy. We can feel the increasing pressure from China. The COVID supply chain crisis and the latest developments in the magnesium market have proven this point. The pressure arising from the ever-increasing energy prices is probably the greatest risk for Europe. In particular, the current price level will prevent further development and important investments. Therefore, we need a level playing field when it comes to green energy prices, access to raw materials, and ESG standards. Otherwise, we will not be able to uphold the EU's industrial leadership in sustainable production of green technologies. Our focus should be on the most effective and feasible tools to help transform energy-intensive companies. For example, we don't need an unpredictable EU carbon border adjustment mechanism, which will not work for the copper sector. The CBAM, as it's called, would leave EU producers exposed to full CO2 costs, while global producers would only be required to pay CO2 costs for the share of their products imported to Europe. CBAM would not protect our sector, which is a price taker on global markets. It would reduce our global competitiveness. Therefore, we need to preserve adequate free allocation and indirect cost compensation under the ETS framework. And we need to enable industry to invest in low carbon technologies with the help of carbon contracts for difference, to name one example. We also need a functioning, sustainable finance taxonomy, actually rewarding the front runners in their sectors and not making our task even more difficult. For all of this, we need to work together to accomplish the unprecedented transformation ahead of us. The copper industry causes less than 1% of global CO2 emissions. However, the global greenhouse gas savings potential from copper-enabled technology is 75%. If we show that the market for sustainable industrial production is possible under ambitious standards, other regions of the world will want to follow and adopt these high standards. Thank you for your attention.
I will invite you. I'd like to thank the Commission, Maria Gabriel, and also our Robus group for those video messages. Just to say that unfortunately the Minister, Daniel Laura, is on the road returning from Skopje and is still on the road. I don't know if the weather is impeding him, but he's not going to be able to join us. So we've heard from the Commissioner, we've heard from Arubis, and now we're going to hear from Microsoft, and I'm delighted to have with us Emma Popova, Public Sector Sales Manager, Central and Eastern Europe, multi-country, the whole region. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please take a seat. Okay, so we're going to have a little conversation now about Microsoft. and what your company has been doing. So maybe you can start and tell us a little bit about that, and then I can ask a few questions.
Thank you very much, and welcome everyone. I'm really honored to be here with you. I think for the last 2 years we didn't have a chance to meet in person, so I'm really delighted to join the dinner and to share all of these things which we hear. I will start my presentation and what Microsoft is doing following Mr. Roland Haring's speech. If you heard, he was talking about sustainability, he was talking about digital transformation, implementation of the new technologies. And I think the digital transformation is in the core of everything which we are doing. It was wrongly perceived by the time that the digital transformation is something which we will take and we will put into the digital world. Digital transformation actually is a core part of everything in our life. And this is a very important power which somehow is implemented and give the power to the business, society, government, and to everyone who wants to grow and learn. And why the digital transformation is so important? We all know that digitally mature countries are more likely to be wealthier, successful, competitive, and provide better quality of life. We also know that companies which leverage the new technologies, even cloud computing, everything which Maria Gabriel also spoke about, AI, augmented reality, is more likely to provide sustainability for these companies.
And can I just interrupt a minute? Can I ask people to respect our speaker and just to keep the noise down, please? Thanks, Carrie.
Thank you. Okay. One other thing. In order to introduce that digital transformation, this is very important to have digitally skilled people. And here, when we are talking about digital literacy, we saw in 2 years back how that digital maturity reflects to our lives. All of us needed to move hybrid or remote. And when I'm talking about digital skills, this is not about only digital skills and maturity into the tech and IT. This is about the digital skill citizen. So what I wanted to highlight here is we see so much excellence in the last 2 years. Yes, we're still not back to the normal, but we see how we move to the remote reality. We introduced hybrid work. We at Microsoft introduced philanthropic skilling initiative, which impacted 30 million people in Bulgaria. I've just received the data for Bulgaria. For the last 2 years, when Microsoft introduced this philanthropic skilling initiative, which is free for everyone who wants to learn, we have 44,000 people subscribed and went through that learning path. So, because I know we are running out of the time, I'll make a conclusion. It's not important where are we, but how we are fast accelerate. How we indeed introduce that digital skills to everything which we do. How we understand that the innovation and the creativity is not locked in the borders of the office. As example, I am working 2 years remotely, and this amazingly increased me, my team, and entire CE productivity. We also know that accessibility, which is the newest trends and the new philosophy in Microsoft, is something which will create a new motion for the innovation and growth. And what I'll finish with, I think all of us will need to find that sweet spot where the business, the governments, the society will meet together. And we at Microsoft are committed that we will support everyone who wants to go with us on this digital transformation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Emma. Yeah, so we are always up against time, but we have time for a few questions. So, a couple or 3 questions for you. Your industry actually has been a big beneficiary of the pandemic, and you can't say that about many sectors. I mean, in your role, have you noticed, which industries, which sectors have actually benefited? I mean, retail, I guess, is an obvious one with the kind of, pandemics or crises, they usually accelerate existing trends. Yeah, so that was already a trend, and so we've seen the move to online retail, but which other sectors would you say have really benefited from this forced kind of transition that's occurred in the last 2 years?
It's obvious also from the stock market that the companies, including my own one, indeed take the opportunity to introduce new technologies, since we see a significant growth into e-commerce, into the telecommunication, in all of the companies which has provided collaboration and communication services and tools. But if you look more deep into that, I think I need to make a mark that healthcare has been in the focus, and it's not only about pharmaceuticals and the research. We all know about the positive benefits of vaccination, and all of the research is done through that time. But healthcare have received a new motion through what we see as clinical and operational analytics, what we see as a telemedicine, what we focus on the elderly care and telecare. Everything is driven by the innovations. We see the augmented reality with making surgeries on the distance. Nonetheless, I also need to make a point for the cybersecurity, because the entire world went digital. We saw a significant increase into the cybersecurity. And the prediction for this calendar year is that ransomware attacks will be doubled. So definitely the companies who put the cybersecurity and the protection on their priority list will need to implement immediately that zero trust protection.
Okay, prepare for more cyber attacks.
Cyber attacks, yes.
Yeah, it's interesting what you say about healthcare. I guess education is another sector which the pandemic has had a massive impact. And I guess some people would say actually that the results are kind of mixed. So, it's accelerated some positive changes, and there's been a lot of innovation in both those sectors. But at the same time, the kind of absence of the human, connection, both in healthcare and education, I think has been seen by some as a kind of negative as well, and that maybe some new balance has got to be established. What do you think?
Because when that crisis came at Microsoft, 160 people went on the second day remote. And as our CIO Satya Nadella says, digital transformation starts with the cultural change. So it's not only to put the students and the people to learn remotely, but how you prepare the entire environment to work and to be inclusive to those students. From the other side, we see indeed an increase of everything which went into the digital skills. As I pointed out previously, Microsoft has introduced that global skilling initiative, for which we gather together with our companies LinkedIn, GitHub, Microsoft itself. And we have implemented in different regions who wanted to follow that, like Baltic Skilling Initiative. There are upcoming skilling initiatives in many of my countries of responsibilities. And we see many people who are oriented to the future-ready skills, upskilling, reskilling, indeed take the lead and follow that opportunity. Because more or less, we will need to sustain what we've built for these 2 years.
Thanks. So my last question is, what will be the next big thing in the tech landscape? And I really have to ask you, about the metaverse. Do people really want to live in a metaverse? Is this, is this a serious proposition? I mean, I don't think it's, obviously they don't have the technology to do that properly yet, so it's a long term, but even is that do you think that is the next big thing, or is it something else?
You know, maybe some people are really tired from the daily usage of the technology, but we need to admit that the technology is in the heart at every person, every business, every government organization right now. And going in that direction, I think the future, and what I also would like to see from the future is the implementation of this technology which we talk about, like data, analytics, AI, augmented reality. And here I'm not talking to see them working for the business. I want to see them working for the society, for the communities. Everything which has been set up to now for the startups, for the entrepreneurship, and now we see all of the corporations presented even here today needed to go back on that entrepreneurship mindset and find new opportunities for sustain. So definitely digital is here, it will sustain, and all of us needs to make sure that we put all of the transparency, trust, and resiliency into that discussion.
Okay, thanks very much, Emma. It's been a real pleasure having you here. Thanks very much for your talk and for answering my questions.
It was a pleasure for me, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, moving swiftly on, we've got an interesting little talk for you now by a young lady, Tatiana Ivanova. She is a student ambassador for the Mars generation. And if you don't know what the Mars generation is, I'm sure she's going to tell you about that. So this session is Reaching for the Stars, setting goals to become an astronaut, and getting Bulgaria back on track for the International Space Program, because Bulgaria is not part of the International Space Program. But welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have a presentation. I'm not very sure who can see it. The technicians? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm honored to be here with you tonight at the World Ahead 2022 Sofia Gala dinner. Please excuse the attitude of my speech and be aware of the fact that I'm going to talk about a topic that's very close to my heart. When I was little, I didn't have that typical childhood dream of becoming an astronaut. Instead, I wanted to become a singer, a poetess. It's not working, sorry. Okay, singer, a poetess, a drummer. And when I was 10 years old, I took up playing the drums as a hobby. It immediately turned out to be my biggest passion during this period of time. So I played in a few bands, and one of them was a rock band. We were 4 boys and 1 girl, the drummer. I remember the audience of our shows being always so shocked that I was a girl, but you know what? There are many stereotypes in this world. One of them is that drummers are usually considered to be boys or men, and another one is that astronauts are usually considered to be men as well. On the contrary, my dream that I've been following since 2018 and that I've turned into a goal is to become the first Bulgarian woman in space. Some of you may laugh, others might ask me, why? Why would a girl dream to go to space? Well, I will explain to you why. In 2018, I was 15. 15 is a fragile age in which teenagers go to parties, discover themselves, get to know the world. But for me, this age was perfect because I realized that I did not want to be mediocre, and I set my ultimate life goal. I knew exactly how much hard work I had to put in to get to my final destination, space. But how everything started. Exploring the unknown universe is desire. primary instinct, driving force, passed down from the Greeks through Galileo Galilei, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Einstein. This same spark ignited in me a space camp in Izmir, Turkey, a place that follows NASA's methods for training and preparation of the next generation of astronauts, scientists, engineers, and pilots. All trainees have missions in different modules of the International Space Station. They have a mission in the Space Shuttle Discovery. They're engaged in robotics, hydroponics, programming, physical, body demanding, and engineering challenges, STEM in general. When I participated in this camp, I was devoted to it, even though that space was not my passion during this period of time. I wanted to try every simulator, write down all the details of every lecture, and do as many experiments as possible. I remember watching this movie about an astronaut climbing on the rocks of Europa. Europa is one of the most famous moons of Jupiter. This movie started with a quote, "Imagine that this astronaut is you." At this moment, I just knew it. I felt it. I finally found out what my mission in this world was: to explore and go beyond my limits. I was the only participant invited personally by Meriton Chair, co-director and founder of Space Camp Turkey, to come back as a coach after reaching legal age with no competition for the position. When I got back home, I sat down, I opened my planner, and many questions appeared to my mind. How would I make this dream come true? I didn't know anything about Bulgaria's space program. Did we actually have one? What are the requirements to become an astronaut? Would I fit those requirements? Am I healthy enough? Is there a selection process? How can I become an outstanding candidate in the next selection process? So I made a strategic plan, and I have been sticking to it since then. Finding out what was the story behind the flights of our cosmonauts, Georgy Ivanov and Alexander Alexandrov, looking for the answers to the questions that I had, searching for opportunities in Bulgaria and abroad, establishing relationships with competent people in the field was a great beginning. Now, 4 years later, I'm glad to share with you that I have graduated from the 2 NASA space camps in the world, in Turkey, and the other one is located in Huntsville, Alabama, United States. I took part in a summer school research camp in astrophysics and astronomy, where we studied the meteor showers, Capricornids, Perseids, for 16 days. To be honest, I witnessed the most spectacular view of my life by seeing over 500 meteors. After a thorough analysis of data and consultations with scientists, my group submitted a study to the International Meteor Organization, IMO. I participated in 2 master classes of CERN. If you don't know, CERN is a special laboratory situated on the border of France and Switzerland, and the research field is particle physics. Last year, I had the chance to be a member of a team that built a ground station for tracking different satellites and receiving data from them. I competed in robotics, started gaining experience in scuba diving and skydiving, and thanks to the generosity of one man, I became acquainted with the management of a small single-engine aircraft. Prioritizing my goals drastically changed the people I had around me, but I don't mind. Yes, that was necessary for my development as an individual, and by focusing on my studies and my goals, I attracted the right people and the things that are best for me. A very sincere moment for me is a dinner that I had with our first cosmonaut, Georgy Ivanov, and 2 Russian cosmonauts, Sergei Zalotin and Alexander Vazutkin, who actually graduated from space camp like me. That's a proof that the trainees from there can really become an astronaut or an engineer or pilot or a scientist. So the atmosphere in the restaurant was very generous to us. It couldn't handle our laugh, their breathtaking stories, and the dreams that we had. It was a very cold first day of December. That night was like a strong wave that hit me with motivation and made my goals meaningful. Meeting Georgy Ivanov was like a basketball player meeting Michael Jordan, or a tennis player meeting Novak Djokovic, or a business person meeting Steve Jobs. I am now pursuing a degree in engineering physics and doing all this crazy training so as to acquire qualities, knowledge, and experience that will shape me into a strong and outstanding candidate in the next selection of astronauts. So the selection process is very complicated. You must have at least a master's degree, but I would recommend even a PhD since the environment is quite competitive. You need a scuba diving professional certification, experience in operating an aircraft, language skills, perfect health, 20/20 vision, mental stability, and more. Now, let's talk about the facts. 80% of the astronauts from the newest NASA class have a military background. Until 2020, 566 people have traveled to space and only 65 of them were women. Imagine how hard it is for a woman to compete with strong men that are part of the military. Astronaut applications are growing at an alarming rate, and I'm talking about thousands of people applying for one of the 10 or 12 positions available. Last year, the European Space Agency reported receiving over 23,000 applicants and 12,000 goals for NASA. And imagine, that's not my biggest problem. Unfortunately, when I started following this dream of mine, I came across many obstacles. Sadly, people think that it is pointless to invest in science and astronautics. We already have 2 cosmonauts, right? Why do we need one? First of all, it is an example of national esprit. It is a cause for pride, it is the future of humanity, and it must be the highest goal of a nation. If not metaphorically, then literally. Our cosmonauts, Georgy Ivanov and Alexander Alexandrov, went to space in the 80s with a special program between the USSR and Bulgaria. Bulgaria is the 3rd country in the world to produce space food. The scientific works on hydroponics of the associate professor Dr. Tanya Ivanova became property of the United States. The pose of our first cosmonaut did not change. Unfortunately, 1 month ago, I had a phone call with our second cosmonaut Alexandrov, and he explained to me that in the past, Bulgaria and the USSR had very friendly and partnership-oriented relations, but now that's just history. That's where I face my biggest problem. I am born and I live in Bulgaria. And don't get me wrong, Bulgaria is a wonderful country in many ways, but I don't have many opportunities here due to the fact that Bulgaria does not have a signed contract with the European Space Agency. To be clear, the European Space Agency has 22 member countries. Any guesses? Bulgaria is not one of them. Meaning that we cannot have a 3rd cosmonaut. These are circumstances that might affect me in the future, but many Bulgarians are not eligible to qualify for higher work positions, not because they are not exceptional, but just because they're from a country that is only an associate member. That prevents me from applying for scholarships and internships and sets limits to my preparation. Of course, that made me mad, and I wanted to find out who was responsible for this. So I could not think of a more brilliant idea than to talk to the President of the Republic of Bulgaria. Obviously, it took me some time to realize that meeting with the President is not the easiest appointment to make. I wrote a letter to him, and I received an answer from his secretary, so I could not be sure that the letter managed to reach him. Months after that, I heard that he was coming to my town. There were many people waiting at the square to see him, greet him. Policemen and patrols were guarding everywhere, so I decided to ask them for assistance. I told them that I had a letter addressed to the President. Of course, they were extremely protective and busy and told me that I could not talk with His Excellency. So I came up with a new plan. I found the police chief and explained to him what was the situation. He suggested looking for someone from the civil bodyguards of the president. And I found one. He allowed me to meet with the president. And here you can see the photo of me shaking hands with him after the mayor of my hometown. Even in cases like this one, we should not give up. On the contrary, we have to find ways, build doors, and search for opportunities. I would say that over the past 3 years, I had to make the impossible possible so I could make my dream come true. And now I'd like to share some examples with you that sometimes you need this ability to be insistent, ambitious, and adaptive. 2 years ago, I had to find a big amount of money for 48 hours in order to finance a camp that I wanted to attend. I wrote 50 letters to potential sponsors, and I succeeded in funding my participation by the end of the day. Moreover, I knew that I had to graduate high school with the highest possible grades, so I changed schools in the middle of my junior year in high school. I had to catch up with 3 years of Spanish, hold 6 equivalency exams, another 3 for changing my grades to subjects that I studied in 9th grade, and on top of it, that was a private school, and I moved without the permission of my parents, so I had to work hard in order to be a full scholarship recipient. You see, in the beginning, I thought speaking with the president of the Republic of Bulgaria was impossible, but then I met the Minister of Education, Dr. Solomopasi, and I'm now a space ambassador for the Atlantic Club of Bulgaria. I was invited to a private meeting with the U.S. Ambassador to Bulgaria, Heron Mustafa, and this was to share my intentions and worries. So this is a picture from Space Challenges, a program that took place in Gala, Bulgaria. You probably don't know this person, but this person right there, that's the General Director of the European Space Agency, and I even managed to meet him. I'm not afraid to be a girl because I'm a fighter, and I hope that wherever you go next, you will not give up on your dreams. You will be vocal, you will share your story, and you will make the impossible possible, no matter what people think you can or can't do. You're capable of everything as long as you believe it. Earlier, I mentioned the quote, "Imagine that this astronaut is you." Now, I want you to imagine that this boss is you, this doctor is you, this lawyer is you, this prime minister is you. I promise to be by your side and continue believing that someday I will be proud to say I did it. I will learn Russian perfectly if I have to. And if I have to, I will try 50 or even 100 times until I succeed. I would love to do all this without leaving my country. Live your dreams and make them reality. Every decision you make, from what you eat to what you do with your time tonight, turns you into the person you are tomorrow and the day after that. So look who you want to be and start sculpting yourself into this person.
Well, everybody, it's Tatiana Ivanova. Remember that name.
I just wanted to end my lecture.
Okay, sorry.
I just wanted to go in front of all of you. Okay, so Sofia, it's Commander Ivanova. Thank you.
Okay, that was Tatiana reaching for the stars. I'm sure she's going to get there. She's an inspiration, I think, to every Bulgarian and everybody outside Bulgaria too, it seems. So it's for us at The Economist to wish you all the very best, and I hope you do fulfill your dreams. Well done. Okay, now I'd like to welcome another guest of honor and keynote speaker, the Prime Minister of Bulgaria, Kirill Petkov. I know that's a hard act to follow, but I'm sure you're going to go for the stars too. So welcome, thank you very much for joining us this evening.
Well, really, that was a very highly motivating speech. I would like to thank Captain Ivanova for the motivating speech. And let's tomorrow invite Miss Ivanova, together with the Vice PM, who is in charge of our European space program, to a meeting. It is true that in September I wanted to become an associated, Bulgaria to become an associated member. And of course, we have many technologies. It's not just because of Bulgaria's reputation, but we do have many opportunities to develop as a space country. For example, we have a food industry. Nobody thinks about them. Nobody thinks there are space technology, but we have a long history in this area. I suppose you know some of the robots in the US Army are manufactured in Bulgaria. There are many technologies in optics as well. So we have the opportunity to make this step. In our conversations with the ESA, we've discussed this. In order to become a full member from an associated member, we have to make some radical moves. We haven't done anything in recent years. What I'm going to do is the following. We have to update this topic. We have to achieve some tangible results. And we have to find more people like you who dream of the stars, and I'm sure that you will succeed. We want to know how to achieve this future of Bulgaria as a new ESA member. This is a good connection to our vision of Bulgaria in 2022. And how should we undertake the change so that Bulgaria's reputation would change as well? If we look at the economic indices, things look good in spite of the crisis, in spite of whatever, and all the horrible things that you can hear here and there, but our economy is in a comparatively good macroeconomic state. Our growth will be about 5% next year. Inflation is indeed high, but it's high because of two things. Because of European average inflation rate, and there have been a lot of funding which was poured into the European economy. Also, for the first time, we did not have people below the poverty line. We were the first ones to undertake this major step. This is an investment which really raises inflation a little bit. So inflation is about, our expectations are between 5 and 6% for next year. As for the trade balance, it's still negative, which means that in spite of the low levels of payment, which used to be the topic for the past months, this level means that productivity is not good enough. And this is an area where we should make more efforts. So if we go back to the foundations of economy, I'll use the method of Seoul, who has the only professor in Harvard who has a color portrait. And he says, facts are easy enough. There is, one in the index, which is capital, another one, which is human resources, and of course the third one, human capital, and another one which says, Well, our topic is the following. How did we start? More capital and more investments result in economic growth. So we have been involved in increasing public investments, reaching 5.8% of GDP. This is more than 8 billion. 8 billion public investments, which is quite a lot. When you listen to the next budget, talks about the next budget, etc., our deficit will be about 4.1% of the GDP. Our investments will be 5.8, or the deficit will fully be invested in the investments. How do we want to spend that deficit? There are different ways of spending that capital. There are different models, and we'll try those models in order to use those. 8.2 billion can buy you a lot of things, indeed. But instead of talking with large institutions like the World Bank or EBRD or whatever, IMF, large financial institutions, we can do something else where they will also have the possibility to be very transparent. So the state will guarantee transparency of investments. This is very important. It's important for the people to know how we spend the money. Otherwise, things that used to happen so far will happen again. We have very serious plans about the infrastructure, about highways, tunnels, bridges, somewhat like your story, looking up to the stars. So we'll try to do this, to implement these visions, because the northern Bulgaria is not connected. There are 2 bridges, and that's all. It's not connected to the rest of Europe. So if we really look at things from close, we have a key situation, key location in Europe, so we have to change these things. We must do something for the infrastructure, meaning we have to really do the job, walk the talk, if you wish. So we must know what happens with public procurement, with in-house procedures, etc. And so when we say that we want money to be effectively spent, we want this term to be full of meaning. Now, these 8.2 billion will be invested in investments, will be used for investments. We also mean that human capital will be used. So this means that many people will have the chance, like you, that we listened to just a while ago. So the average wage is not high, and of course teachers should be better paid, I would say, because you must have a good educational system in order to have skilled workers. And for the first time we intend to offer free kindergartens. It's not a social measure, no. A large number of our system is the fact that a large number of kids that are dropouts from the school system begin to drop out of the system in the kindergartens. And the chances for them to enter grade 1. So in fact, our measure with the free kindergartens is a chance for children of different ethnic groups. And we know there are so many difficult cases there. This measure should improve the situation. We shall also invest a lot of capital into other kindergartens, not only free ones. 100 million in out-of-school activities. We should bring back those activities which are out-of-class activities, which used to be very important for the children. So the children should really develop all the skills and abilities that they have that are latent. They should be developed in order for them to be competitive on the labor market. They should understand and know how to be competitive on the labor market, and in the future they should develop analytical thinking. So together with Professor Denkov, we've been working closely on the idea of changing the curricula, how to change them in a way as to introduce the new technologies in the new curricula. For the time being, we have prioritized this task. So I really have to pass through all the areas, all the sectors of the economy. So of course there is one sector where there is a very big problem. The macro figures are the follows: 30%, that's the energy sector, 30% of the nuclear power plant in Kozloduy, depending on the Russian fuel, and 100% of gas imports, the Azer gas depends on Russia, and the 40% which is ours, depending on us, our own factories, fall within the green framework. So just imagine, what can we do? We are 100% dependent on the one hand. On the other hand, the units that are ours are not adequate. They are run contrary to the European policies and to the European vision of green policies. So we have to see what to do. If we are governed by two strategies, maximum competitiveness and maximum independence, these are the two major policies within the framework of the Green Deal. We've been looking at some of the neighboring countries. Turkey, for example, they have 2 gigawatts of geothermal energy in the past couple of years. They have a very interesting geology, and it's used in a different way. They have a lot of hot mineral springs. It was just incredible as to how the mineral water running next to the Council of Ministers here in Sofia is just running out into the street. We had some Turkish professors and experts coming here. They couldn't believe their eyes. They said, how come? Really, we have to think about it. We also have mineral springs, hot mineral springs. Now, there's something else. Our own units, our power units, PAVETs, our unit in different parts of the country, they've been operating at 5% capacity. Why? We have to see what to do. Obviously, they have not been energy independent. We have to do something there. At the same time, we have to see what to do about solar energy and about solar panels. We have to study these matters very carefully. The technologies related to solar panels production have been improving. The entire strategy of this country must be updated and upgraded in line with the new requirements. So we do hope that following 13 years of expectations, our connection with Greece will also be improved, thanks goodness, hopefully. We have become something like project managers, just to mention. Of course, this is not the level of the Prime Minister, but we have been looking at these things and the problems that exist there. So we've been discussing this matter with the Greek Prime Minister. We have to see what equipment we have received from Italy, for example, and we hope that this matter, this connectedness, will also become a fact. So the entire energy strategy must be upgraded. We must develop the economy properly.
Have dropped considerably. We have not been the most attractive country for investment, for foreign investment, because of the political risk to some extent, because all the foundations for being an attractive country for investment are still there. If we consider the standard models, again, we have access to the largest market on the planet. We have the logistics that should be able to provide for reaching these markets. We have a maritime border. So we should have been the gateway of Europe for the East, as the Netherlands is for the West, but we are not. One of the things that I hope that we will be able to change, and this is the true change that our government would like to accomplish, if capital can be achieved, the human capital is longer. The letter A. So C stands for capital, and A is the letter of the Seoul model, which says that anything else, institutions, law enforcement, and the letter A predetermines 80% of economic growth. So no matter how much capital we invest and how much we educate our children, if we can't do letter A, we can't be successful, and we can't do the letter A on our own. The businesses should be responsible for what they do, and we transfer responsibility to you, because we can't sit and wait for someone else to work for us. Okay, you elected us, but from there on we should work together. And let me share with you a model that for Europe, this model analyzed how many citizens of a country have self-criticism and how much they're critical of the environment. Finland ranked first as the most self-critical nation and the least critical towards the environment. Unfortunately, currently Bulgaria is the other extreme. The least self-criticism and the highest criticism of the others. So I urge you to start working hard, to roll up our sleeves, because there is work ahead of us. Have a nice dinner, and I hope that 2023 will be the year during which we will say that the previous year a lot was done, and the small index of Transparency International, the corruption perception index, last year we dropped by 2 places, 76 to 78. I hope that we will finish this year by jumping 10 spots ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Very grateful that you took the time to talk to us all tonight, both our guests in this room and all our online participants as well who've been following our discussions this evening. I hope that you can stay for the dinner. And more importantly, I hope that we at The Economist can come back next year to hear about your government's achievements. So thanks very much. Just now, very quickly, a couple of announcements before the main course is served. Thanks to the virtual participants. We're now closing the live streaming. So thank you for
30 години гледаме напред, заредени с амбиция. С модерни продукти, иновативни зони за експресно банкиране, премиум центрове с обслужване на изключително ниво и един различен мобилен портфейл. 30 години всяка постигната цел ни кара отново да надскачаме себе си, за да създаваме вселена от нови възможности за вас. 30 години Пощенска банка.
В живота не винаги е лесно да казваш истината, но ние от лаборатории Синево го правим. Казваме ви, че всеки пациент сам избира къде да се изследва, независимо какво пише на направлението или кой ви изпраща. Може да изберете Синево. Казваме ви, че можете да изберете международния опит, точните резултати, високия стандарт и правилното отношение. Защото е важно за вас и семейството ви. Не оставяйте друг да избира вместо вас. Ние сме Синево България и държим да правим нещата по правилния начин. И то е да ви кажем, че вие избирате.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.